Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. At this time, please rise for the playing of our national anthem. And there they go. And Lucky Sitka shows some pace with Lady Lana. Bella Bay is forwardly positioned from the rail. Not a lot of pace on. Lady Midas in touch with the leaders. Crazy Delight at the back, not far off the lead. Bella Bay picking it up from the rail, taking full advantage of her inside draw. Lady Lana forwardly positioned in second. Lucky Sitka is third from the outside. She attends the pace, a length and a half from the front. About a length and a half to Crazy Delight, guided to the extreme outside, and Lady Midas is saving ground. 2.5 for 3 lengths from first to last. Bella Bay, 24 3/5 the opening quarter, a length plus advantage to Lady Lana. Lucky Sitka right there, forwardly positioned 3 deep at the 5/8. 2 lengths Crazy Delight with the widest trip. Lady Midas saves ground, little more than 4 lengths from first to last. Bella Bay unchallenged, length plus advantage to Lady Lana, who's right there in second, up close to the soft pace. Here's Crazy Delight. Kevin Navarro recognizes the soft pace. A middle move coming from Crazy Delight, wide up the track, but she is making up ground. Lucky Sitka's in the 4th spot, and Lady Midas is at the back, and it's Lady Lana taking command at the 3/8 from Bella Bay. And being pushed on is Crazy Delight. So Lady Lana has the advantage. Lady Lana opens up 3 lengths. Crazy Delight second with Bella Bay. Here's Lady Midas trying to split runners. And Lucky Sitka's under pressure from the far outside. So it's all about Lady Lana turning for home. No excuses. Lady Lana, the one to beat. In hand, in command, opens up. Lady Midas makes a move for second. Then Crazy Delight a little even paced. In fact, all of them are really struggling for second. Lady Lana's the only one running. Lady Lana opening up with ease. Lady Lana in the opener. From Lady Midas, Bella Bay, and Lucky Sitka. 1A Moonlight now, part of the entry. Our second race is in 21 minutes at 1:36. And there they go. A Vow of Beauty hopped at the start. Lorenzen shows pace, so too is Honorable Avenue. Trap the Dream is sent. Jack's American Pie forwardly placed from the far outside. Then Tap It Happy John, Magic Ears. And the favorite, A Vow of Beauty, hopped at the start. He's the distant trailer. Trap the Dream and Jack's American Pie share the top spot. Honorable Avenue's third. And Lorenzen has the 4th spot. Magic Ears from the rail. Tap It Happy John from the far outside. And A Vow of Beauty is 5.5 lengths off the pace. 24 3/5 Jack's American Pie with the lead, and his pace partner is Trap the Dream, and Honorable Avenue is stalking from third. He's 2.5 off the pace. To his outside is Lorenzen. Tap It Happy John from the extreme outside. Then A Vow of Beauty and Magic Ears. Little less than 5.5 or 6 from first to last, and Jack's American Pie comes away with the lead from Trap the Dream. And Honorable Avenue still in third, 2.5 or 3 from Jack's American Pie. They're going to Tap It Happy John, A Vow of Beauty, And running with them is Lorenzen, and at the back there is Magic Ears, and Jack's American Pie is the one to come and catch. Here's Tap It Happy John. Honorable Avenue still third from the inside. Jack's American Pie with the lead. Tap It Happy John is chasing, and Honorable Avenue is 2 lengths off the lead, trying to gain some ground up the inside. Jack's American Pie, Tap It Happy John. Honorable Avenue joins the fray up the inside. Here's Honorable Avenue and Tap It Happy John. Honorable Avenue, Tap It Happy John from the outside. Tap It Happy John has the lead. He's lugging in just a bit. Honorable Avenue, here's A Vow of Beauty. And A Vow of Beauty has overcome all the trouble at the start. A Vow of Beauty from Tap It Happy John, Honorable Avenue, and Lorenzen checked in fourth. $17.60, 152 trifecta, $16.50, $1 super, $141. Third race, no chance. And there they go. Classy Papa's out for the lead. Kodiak Brown attends the pace. Kingfish comes away in third. Then Take the Edge, Cavensburg, and Everything Possible. So it's Classy Papa making the lead into the first turn. Kodiak Brown is second, and Kingfish is up close. Then Everything Possible, Take the Edge, Cavensburg now at the back marker. So on the front end, making the pace is Classy Papa. About a neck to the outside is Kodiak Brown right there with him. And Kingfish bides his time in third. He's in no hurry, content with his current placing. Far outside, Take the Edge. Long shot, Everything Possible splits them 7 or 8 lengths to Cavensburg. The distant trailer paces off 25-2. On the front end, Classy Papa with the favorite. Kodiak Brown right there with him. And Kingfish is only 2.5 off the lead from the rail. Take the Edge, 3 wide, Everything Possible in the 2-path. Nothing yet from Cavensburg. 49 4/5. And there's Kodiak Brown making his move, heading into the turn. He pokes his nose in front of Classy Papa. Kodiak Brown opening up. He's the one to come and catch. And now Kingfish is trying to come after him. Kingfish is third with 3 to find. Take the Edge to his flank. Everything Possible gives way. Cavensburg still at the back. And the race goes through Kodiak Brown. He was up close to the soft pace, and he gets first run on Kingfish. And it's Kodiak Brown who turns for home with the lead. And Kingfish comes a-calling to the outside. Here comes Kingfish right alongside of Kodiak Brown, and up goes Kingfish. Kingfish gets the lead. Kodiak Brown's back to second. Then Take the Edge. Kingfish, and it's another one for Harry Hernandez. Kingfish from Kodiak Brown, who's in a photo for second. It got tight with Take the Edge. Race 3 is official. 1365 on the board. That exact of $15.80. The trifecta, $13.62. The dollar superfecta, $75.70. And there they go. Inalienable Right shows pace with Magnetron. Bad Guys up close, then Beachside. And Marble Moon from the rail. Marble Moon showing pace along the inside. Bad Guy is there, so too is Magnetron. Inalienable Rights from the far outside, 4 across the track at the 7/8. And Beachside is the last of 5, but he's in range. Inalienable Rights outside of Magnetron. They kick on together. Marble Moon third with Bad Guy. And joining them is Beachside, 3 deep. Inalienable Rights pokes his nose in front, entering the backstretch run. Magnetron sticks to him like static cling. 2 lengths back to Beachside with a 3 wide trip. He's outside of Bad Guy. Marble Moon relegated to the rear. 24 3/5. Inalienable Rights and Magnetron side by side. Better than 2 lengths to Beachside third, covering Bad Guy. Another 3.5 to Marble Moon. 48 3/5. Magnetron, Inalienable Rights. They continue to mix it up. Inalienable Rights still with a narrow lead. 2.5 lengths to Bad Guy, who races with Beachside. 5 clear of Marble Moon. Inalienable Rights has the lead midway through the turn. Magnetron won't go away. Better than 3 lengths to Bad Guy, who's taking his sweet time to gear up from third. Beachside's going in the wrong direction. Marble Moon's at the back. Inalienable Rights has the lead from Magnetron, who's very game. Magnetron right back at Inalienable Rights. Magnetron and Inalienable Rights side by side. 3 lengths to Bad Guy, who's closing in steadily. Here's Bad Guy to the outside to join the leaders at the 16th. Inalienable Rights and Magnetron. And Bad Guy, what a finish. Bad Guy to the outside in a photo with Inalienable Rights. Two double, $21.40. 1-1-2 pick 3, $13.87. Early pick 4 combinations, $47.25. That dollar super 2-4 clearance. And there they go. Bustin Hoffman shows pace. Panama Paul is eager on the comeback bid. Dr. Lloyd is there. So too is letter carrier Henry. And Ladies Golden Guy, one from the outside. Smooth Tails from the top shelf. Joycey has pizzazz from the rail. The early trailer is Tapazarance. About 3 lengths, covers the field of 8. Panama Paul on the lead from Dr. Lloyd and letter carrier Henry. And Ladies Golden Guy's up close, and he's only a length off the lead. And Smooth Tails is 2.5 from the front with his wide journey. Tapazarance joins Bustin Hoffman. Joycey has pizzazz is at the back. Panama Paul, Dr. Lloyd, and Ladies Golden Guy 3 deep making his move. Here's Ladies Golden Guy launching a nice charge, 3 wide. Smooth Tail still wide on the course, 3 lengths from the front. They're going to letter carrier Henry, Tapazarance, Joycey has pizzazz, and Bustin Hoffman. And Ladies Golden Guy has come away with the lead. Ladies Golden Guy hits the front at the 8th pole. Panama Paul fights on. They're going to Dr. Lloyd, letter carrier Henry. Joycey has pizzazz, but it's all about Ladies Golden Guy in front. Panama Paul second. Third got tight. Joycey trifecta $194.75. Big dollar super $1,677.50. A 2-7 double $43.80. And there they go. Adeline comes away in last. Flowers Fortune is sent to the lead from what might have been. Single verses up close along with She's a Lumberjane. Moments to Savor wants to go. Magnificent Mags little deep at the 7/8. Gray Destiny is second last with Adeline. And it's Flowers Fortune who has the lead from what might have been. Magnificent Mags is deep on the track. She's outside of Moments to Savor. She's a Lumberjane saves ground racing inside of a single verse. And the last two are Adeline and Gray Destiny. It's about 5 lengths from first to last. 24 3/5 for Flowers Fortune with the lead at the 5/8 from what might have been. Magnificent Mags 3 deep. Single verses in the 2 path outside of She's a Lumberjane. Moments to Savor now the widest of all. 4 deep in the clear. 2.5 off the pace. 2.5 to Gray Destiny inside of Adeline. Still about 5 lengths from first to last. 49 seconds for Flowers Fortune. Heading into the turn, 3 parts of a length or so, maybe half a length to her outside what might have been. Flowers Fortune, what might have been 1-2 single verse third. Moments to Savor remains deep. Adeline begins to close in, although very wide through the turn. Gray Destiny yet to gear up. She's a Lumberjane from the inside. Magnificent Mags at the back. And the race goes through Flowers Fortune. She was sent to the lead. There's Single Verse running a big one. Single Verse right alongside of Flowers Fortune. Single Verse up to the front at the 8th pole. She's 17-1, and she is kicking well clear. Today it's about Harry Hernandez. Single Verse and Harry open up. Give Harry 3. Single Verse and a big upset from Flowers Fortune. Moments to Savor, and She's a Lumberjane fourth. Double $134.50. 273 pick 3 $207. And get a load of the dollar super 3542 $5,000. And there they go. Silver Banshee stumbled at the start and lost Kevin Navarro. Silver Banshee stumbled at the start and lost jockey Kevin Navarro. So on the front end, Steal My Heart right there with her as investment grade, and a Dabble Do broke much better this afternoon. She's third through the early stages. Girl of Toscanova's eager to go. Luis Perez wants her to sit chilly. Shadalamo in the 2 path. Here's the Loose Horse causing a little bit of chaos up the rail. And at the tail of the field is Red Venus. So they race to the 3/8. Steal My Heart has the lead. In the second spot is investment grade. Now Girl of Toscanova's beginning to close in along with a Dabble Do. Girl of Toscanova, an inside trip, a Dabble Do a little deep. Shadalamo's trying to find her stride. She's 5 or 6 off the pace. And at the back there races Red Venus. Steal My Heart, but here's Girl of Toscanova looming dangerously. And Girl of Toscanova's getting to Steal My Heart at the 8th pole. Steal My Heart still has the lead. Girl of Toscanova is taking her sweet time to try and come and reel her in. Steal My Heart has the lead, and Steal My Heart is stretching that neck for the score. An 11-1 upsetter for 3-2 double, $537. 7-3-2 pick 3, $693 even. 2-5-3 trifecta, $53.25. Ready for the nightcap. And there they go. And Bust the Bell is showing pace. Also quickly away, Twisted Sunset in 3.9. They pick it up together. 3.9 is the speed. Here's Double D-Day showing good early zip along the inside. Going to have to tap on the brakes momentarily. Vies for third with Bust the Bell. Bowing Snowman's off the pace this afternoon in the two-path. A little more than 3.5 off the lead. And the early trailer is Whispering Wind. They race to the 3/8. Twisted Sunset battles for the top spot with 3.9. And chasing them is Bust the Bell, getting a little closer. Bowing Snowman's in the fourth position outside of Double D-Day. And Whispering Wind has 6 lengths to make up. And here's Twisted Sunset coming away with the lead. Twisted Sunset's had enough of 3.9. We're going to Bust the Bell. And Double D-Day's trying to re-rally in the two-path. Twisted Sunset, the one to come and get. Twisted Sunset opens up before the 8th pole. Double D-Day makes a move for second. From the inside is 3.9. Nothing from Bowing Snowman. It's all about Twisted Sunset in the nightcap. For his believers, you got 8-1. Double D-Day second, third, and fourth. I'll give it to nightcap is official. 4-2-3-1. That exacta $116. The trifecta $129. 2-4 late double $260. 2-7 consolation version of the late double $21.80. 3-2-7 consolation late pick 3 $241.50. Pleasant good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, our Wednesday opener in 44 minutes at 1:10. We have a 9-race card this afternoon, a fast racetrack, a couple of carryovers. A little smallish on our pick 6, our jackpot pick 6, just under $600. But the carryover of the day is our pick 5, and it starts in race 5, more than $12,000. $12,038.58. A pretty nice pick 5 carryover. Could get up to a pretty good number when it's all said and done. 9 races, fast track. I'm your track announcer, Tony Kalo. If you will open up your programs, here are the changes for the Wednesday card. In the opener, scratch both halves of the entry. No entiendo and 2-step slew. No show, no trifecta, no superfecta wagering. Both halves of the entry out of the opener. Once again, no show, no super, no trifecta wagering. And race 1 will start the early double and the early pick 3. 9 race cards, so the early pick 4 gets underway in race 2. We are pretty light on changes. Races 2, 3, 4, and 5. 2, 3, 4, and 5 are all clear of change. No changes. Races 2, 3, 4, and 5. All right. 4th race with the pick 6. 5th race with the pick 5. No changes. Races 2, 3, 4, and 5. There's the carryover in the pick 6. And coming up next will be the carryover in the pick 5. Better than $12,000. Heck of a pool to shoot for. All right, race 6 starts the late pick 4. 1 Isabella's Magic, 2 pounds over. 7th race begins the late pick 3. It's clear of change. 8th race starts the late double scratch the 2. Flying Emperor ran so huge on Monday in the George Barker. Can't come back on 2 days. 2 Flying Emperor scratch from the 8th. And in the nightcap, scratch the 1. Yes, Your Honor. 1, yes, Your Honor, out of the nightcap. Enjoy your Wednesday. Nice pick 5 carryover. 42 minutes until the opener. Up next, Tice Guns.
All right, I'm David Tice here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Another nice day so far. Expect to be cloudy today. Hopefully, it looks like the rain's going to hold off, and you're going to have in the low 70s. So a good day for some horse racing. What day isn't a good day for horse racing? Every day is a good day for horse racing. We got a 9-race card today, and we have a pick 5 carryover. Doesn't get much better than that. $12,000 plus pick 5 carryover. It is a 50-cent minimum wager. Last 5 races of the card. So what is that? That's the 5th through the 9th. See, I'm getting used to that. I think I got it now. The 4th race starts the pick 6. That's a 20-cent minimum wager. Just a small carryover for that one. Actually, I believe it was hit yesterday, so no carryover for the pick 6. But the pick 5, certainly probably the better play today with that kind of money already in the pool, over $12,000. Tammy Alpender, who pulled off that big upset in yesterday's 7th race, courtesy of a loose horse, that caused the big balloons today. And, well, you got that big carryover, take the shot. All right, we did lose both parts of the entry in the first. So scratch the 1 and the 1A. So no try, no super, and no show wagering as we start off with a 4-horse field in the first. And I kind of had it narrowed down as far as, depends on the pace scenario. Yesterday, let's face it, inside speed, anything inside wasn't that good yesterday, as most of the winners were on the outside. Even the outside speed, when they had slow fractions, and there were 2 of them out there, the outside speed went on with it. So the inside did not play too well yesterday. We'll see if that changes today. Looking at this race, there's only 2 speeds, and they both went out there for a little while last time. When Highway 27 and I Will Rock You were in the same race, they were also joined by It's Hot Out, and the 3 of them shot out there. It was Highway 27, and it turned out to be a relatively bad move. Tried to back off the other. That was the good part, trying to back off the other 2. Unfortunately, when they tried to back off the other 2, got caught too far back and then got caught bouncing around horses and didn't have room, and ended up having a ton of horse late, but couldn't get any close to the leaders anymore. And Fed Fever ended up getting the better trip. So it didn't work out, the tactics that they used last time. I would think in this race, without It's Hot Out in there, Highway 27 has got to get out there with I Will Rock You. Now, keep in mind, I'm handicapping for a fair racetrack. I don't know if this rail is going to be bad again like yesterday, and that could be a negative if this horse tries to go out there and battle with I Will Rock You. But does seem like it's every bit as fast as I Will Rock You early, and might even be able to get the lead. Depends on if he needs to get off the rail again, how it plays like yesterday. But does look like the inside speed. And because did get in that trouble last time because he did back off the pace, I think he looks like the horse to beat in here. Although you do have a big drop down in anything possible. Comes out as simply better races. The problem's going to be 5.5 furlongs if Highway 27 pulls away from I Will Rock You and gets first run on anything possible. He's going to have some ground to make up, especially coming out of the route where he didn't fare too well. But the previous start was very good. Actually, the previous 2 starts against allowance-type horses were really good for anything passable on off tracks. I mean, this horse ran against Disco Dino and made a pretty big late run and wasn't that badly beaten despite a bad break 2 back. And then Buyer of 61 is good enough to beat these. Of course, that's at 6 furlongs. I would like this horse, definitely like this horse on top at 6 furlongs. It's a toss-up for me at 5.5 between Highway 27 or anything possible if he can catch him. The question will be also what a Highway 27 does will really influence how good I Will Rock You runs as well, because I Will Rock You all of a sudden becomes a contender if they try to rate Highway 27 off of him. I don't think they will, being inside him. Zenyatta also can play a little bit here on an improve, being 3rd start off the layoff. I never gave this horse enough credit, and he beat me a couple times last year when I didn't pick him in those lifetime 5,000 conditions, because this horse can run big from time to time for Judy Turetsky. We haven't seen it yet this year from Zenyatta, but again, maybe getting a couple starts in him, getting it together a little slower this year. He's outside with a stalking trip. I think he can run a little closer and get in the number today. Again, depending on what happens between Highway 27 and I Will Rock You. That's over-analysis of a 4-horse race. Second race, mile 70 is the distance. And, yeah, real competitive as these 5,000 maidens usually are in the route. I'm going to take a shot on a barn that's been heating up a little bit, Brent Bond has Hurricane Alpha. He had won 3 races in as many days. I mean, he had 0 wins on the board, and then all of a sudden wins a race, next day wins another, comes back and wins another race. So the barn is going pretty good right now. And this one looks good against these anyway. I mean, it's gotten no respect at the windows at 12-1 and 17-1 the last 2 races. I don't think you're going to get that kind of price today, because against a little tougher fields, he's run second and third and should get a good trip in here as Boston Billy draws the rail. That one may not get as good a trip as Hurricane Alpha, and that looks like one of the main threats in here, just on form. I mean, Hurricane Alpha looks like he's knocking at the door, and as the fields get easier and easier, he seems to be getting better and better. It looks like he might be worth a look at 3 or 4-1. I got him on top. Boston Billy I liked last time, ran pretty good. He was wide in there and ran a decent second. Unfortunately, is one of those Jeff Engelhart horses that just fire and dominate, and that was the case with the drop down. Look out Lambeau. Well, look out Lambeau if the Patriots go there, but Boston Billy I'm going to use for second. The tricky read really is Trisatum, who for Aquilano showed absolutely nothing last time, but did break poorly. That was against maiden special weights. I mean, this is 5,000 maidens. The only question mark to me, though, is going to be the surface. Is that the problem here? Does this horse, well bred for turf, does he like the turf? I mean, there's still dirt. I mean, he's Tiz now out of a dam by Victory Gallop. It doesn't get much better than that for route races here at Finger Lakes, and this is a $5,000 race. So if this horse runs anything close to his breeding, he should beat these. But he's a real tricky read because he showed nothing in 3 starts. 2 of them on the turf, 1 of them against maiden specialties when he broke bad. I mean, he may break better today and go right to the front end. There isn't a lot of speed in here, and he looks like one with his breeding that should have the front end. He does take the blinkers off. Maybe that will help. Sometimes you do an equipment change, and all of a sudden, boom, the horse wins by 20. Could happen, or he could finish dead last. That's one of those type of races, and you got to use the horse on the drop in class. He's 12-1 morning line and could just wake up in a big way. Dr. Flash had an 11 post last time. Won't have 11 posts today because it's only 7-horse field. And wasn't that badly beaten in his previous couple starts in the route at 5,000. He just hasn't run to his odds. I mean, I thought he should have run a lot better than he did 2 back. He didn't have a great trip. But that was his only time on a fast track. This horse has caught an off track in every race but one. Unfortunately, that one may have been his worst race. 5-1-3-6. All right. We got a couple 2-year-old races today. Kind of a preview of what's to come later in the year when we have the Aspirant Stakes and the Lady Finger Stakes. Always love the 2-year-old races. They're over $100,000 traditionally, each one of them. 5.5 furlongs is this one. This one is for the boys. Haven't had a lot of 2-year-old races for the boys, and it's an interesting one. You got Tarquinius, who is a half to the horse that ran second in the stake the other day, a scratch today, Flying Emperor. That one actually ran pretty well. Got a perfect trip, but he ran well. You got Pickering Circle for George Weaver. Flashed some speed against tougher competition against open maiden claimers last time. Faded, though. Kenny Hustle for the Niz. I mean, this horse ran well. I mean, I guess you could say ran well. He just missed 4th against much tougher maidens from a rail position at Saratoga. This horse should be a little closer against these. And then you got a first-time starter for M. Anthony Ferraro, although that one wants to go long. But they did pay $16,000 for him. Could be okay in here. Good race, tricky race of 2-year-olds. I am going to lean towards the half to Flying Emperor. Big effort by Flying Emperor on Monday when he just missed, got caught by Dylan Davis. Sorry, Dylan. He ran down Flying Emperor in the stretch. But that just shows the breeding is there for Tarquinius, who didn't get much play, almost went off at odds of 10-1 in his debut. Maybe he runs a little better here and wins the race. Pickering Circle, the numbers are on the short side for Pickering Circle in his first 2 races, but he did catch slop in his debut, and he got a little tired on the front end last time off a little bit of a layoff. Comes to Finger Lakes. If he gets the lead on these from the rail, if the rail's okay today, he could be tough. And then you got Kenny Hustle. Kenny Hustle, I mean, he got out there. Stephen Fretz saved the rail. He rode a good race. He hit the rail a couple times. If you watch the replay, he bumped the rail and then dragged on the rail before the turn. But he saved him, and he had a little bit of run late and didn't miss fourth by much. That puts him in the mix against these 2-year-olds. Any improvement should be right there, you would think. The horse that was third in that race came back to win, although it was on the turf. So did get a relatively good trip under Fret. Comes to Finger Lakes. And if you're double-digit fifth at Saratoga, you might be in the top 3 or 4 here at Finger Lakes. Navy King's a tricky read. I mean, this one, as mentioned, a first-time starter, a colt for M. Anthony Ferraro. It's got some decent works. You know, especially that work a couple of races back. I don't consider when they only run 5 or 6 in the morning a bullet. I think they should change the fact that they call that a bullet, especially when you only do 36. But this is a $16,000 yearling. Could be a runner first out. Good 2-year-old race, tricky 2-year-old race. By all means, watch the board. 4th race. This one starts the pick 6. Pick 6 paid. There wasn't much money in the carryover pool yesterday for the pick 6. That paid pretty well. I think it paid $8,000 or something like that. Crazy. You just have to come up pretty much with one horse. I mean, this one goes the distance of 1.70 miles. Although that one horse was pretty tough to come up with. I'll say that. I didn't like the tactics on Curlin's New Moon last time. I thought the horse would get the lead from the rail position, or at least be with the speed. I mean, Gold Cross, it was a paceless race. Gold Cross, Davila put that horse on the front end, but nobody else tried for it. That's the only reason Gold Cross had the lead. He was probably not even the quickest horse in the race to get the lead. He was the least likely as far as early pace to get the lead. But Davila was the aggressive one that put him on the lead, and everybody just kind of fell asleep behind him. And this horse kind of fell behind him a little too much and ended up even missing 4th. But there was absolutely no pace in that 5-horse field. Curlin's New Moon actually should have been the speed, but the Connections decided not to go to the front end in that race. So, I mean, audience of 1 is probably the speed in here, and you also have a horse coming out of sprints at Full Faith and Credit. So I don't expect Curlin's New Moon to get the lead over audience of 1 here, but I do expect him to be close and get first run on some of these other ones. And he's got the class in the field. I got him on top. Purchasing Power finished ahead of a couple of them in that Gold Cross race, but he was the closest one to Gold Cross in a race that was just ridiculously slow. And Purchasing Power, it was actually a good ride by Michael Davila to stay close, because he was the least likely, other than Gold Cross. I just think Gold Cross is the second least likely, because Purchasing Power probably had the least speed of the 5, and he's the one that was second. So it was a heads-up ride by Michael Davila to stay close to that slow pace. I would expect him to sit off a little bit more here and try to make a run. Could work out. Guerreron, yeah, he did it from an outside post, defeating his stablemate, who kind of had things his way. Just got hitched in a race that was a paceless race. Got out there. Guerreron was out there with him after a slow break, and it was just the best. He's a Florida bred against a bunch of New York breds here, and moving from the 4 lifetime to the non-winners of 2 since a date is not a strong move up. I mean, it's actually, for this horse, his numbers are good enough to win and come right back here. Could use him. I got him 3rd. Audience of 1, the numbers compared to these a little on the light side, but what if this horse gets the lead in here? It is a paceless race. He's coming out of a couple sprint races. He's flashed some speed in routes before. Yeah, the other speed might be Full Faith and Credit from the inside, and maybe Curlin's New Moon outside of him if that one decides to go to the lead. But he's the speed. I mean, you look at his route races last fall. If he gets the lead, he could be dangerous if he could slow it down. And he does have a win at the distance. Got him 4th. All right, 5th race. This is where it all begins. The pick 5 anyway, because we have that $12,000 carryover. Not a bad play at all today. If you could single one, maybe spread in the others, or spread around a little bit, beat a couple favorites, you could be looking at a payday. Why not? Going into the Labor Day weekend, you want to have some money. Whatever you're going to do for Labor Day. I don't know, it gets to be the fall. It looks to be some nice weather. I want to be by the pool if it's around 80 degrees. Well, we're going to be here on Monday, but at least the weekend, we could have some money to play around with if you can hit this pick 5. Why not take the shot? Never won 4 condition and started off going 5.5. I don't love this horse at even money. A little scared of the horse at even money, it dropping all the way to the bottom at 5,000. But I do like the trip Blue City should get. Stone Guitar looks to be the inside speed, but Blue City is just as fast, and he should be right with them. And if the track's like yesterday, where it was good to be an outside speed or outside stalker on a dead rail track, but Blue City, I mean, he's supposed to win off of his recent races. Last race isn't good, that's for sure. But they also ran 104. He was entered last week, the week before, and was a vet scratch. A little concerning there, but at the bottom level, I'm going to use him on top. Stone Guitar, all depends on, does Blue City keep him in the race? If he can get the lead and get off the rail at 5.5, and that's the key, he shortens up to 5.5. He can be tough if he can get the lead. I do think Blue City is just as fast, but maybe that one off the layoff comes off maybe not so sharp that Stone Guitar can get to the lead and shorten it up a half furlong could be dangerous. Old Man Winter didn't have a great trip last time and ran better than I thought he would. I mean, he actually had a good shot to win that race in the slot, but he does like the slot. That was coming off a win where he had a perfect trip. I mean, he couldn't have had a better trip. It was a 4-horse field, and 2 of them went out in a speed duel. How often does that happen in a 4-horse field? Couldn't have scripted it any better for Old Man Winter. So I didn't really like him last time because of that, but he actually surprised me by running pretty well and ran a good third behind Stone Guitar and Mrs. Robin E. Wouldn't be surprised if the pace scenario occurs with Stone Guitar and Blue City, if they battle a little bit, that this horse can win. Another horse that's an interesting one is for Nancy McCabe. She hasn't had that many horses lately. It's been a while since we saw her, and she had this one run last time and was in contention for a while and actually got kind of a bad trip. Wasn't that badly beaten considering, was off a little bit of a layoff coming in here. I could see some improvement for Logston, Nancy McCabe is a pretty good horse person, and this one could get in the number, 2153. Again, that race starts the pick 5. 12 grand to start it off. You can see a pool, maybe 50, 60,000, hopefully. All right, 6th race, an allowance race, never won 2 condition, going 5.5 furlongs. I mean, Kickerland was off a step slow last time and ran second in a race that, yeah, he should have won. I mean, Double Vision was off the maiden. That one did improve. Took the money. I was surprised that Double Vision, I mean, I wasn't surprised that Kickerland got beat. I was surprised that he got beat by Double Vision off the maiden because Double Vision didn't beat much in his maiden win, and he just did it barely. But that one did improve. But Kickerland's knocking at the door, ran a good second to Fitzpatrick in the race before, and that race is good enough to win here. War of Thrones, if the pace is there to chase, and it is only 5.5, but he wasn't far behind Kickerland and Fitzpatrick last time. He's got the room to improve. He's only had 7 career starts, and that's pretty big. I mean, this one's only a 3-year-old, seems to be improving every time. Off of the maiden win, he ran a good second behind Harrison Nose. That race to me was pretty impressive because Harrison Nose was going pretty well back then, and his last race wasn't bad either because it was 5.5. You like him a little more. He hasn't gone 6 furlongs, but you'd like him a little more if he could go back to 3/4, which he did 2 races back, I should say, when he ran second to Iron Lad, who was just gone on the front end. 3-2, I'll use the 4 for third, the last ace. The key to the race for the last ace is, can he make the lead? He might be able to. You look at the pace of this race. Is it Kickerland? Does Kickerland go to the front end in here going 5.5? If not, if the last ace can get the front end on Kickerland, this horse has a good chance to go gate to wire. He was running on the turf at Saratoga and Belmont. First race over the track, he didn't make the lead and was wide in that race. Yeah, it depends on what Kickerland does inside him. That's the key. do they battle? And then I'll use the 5 for fourth. Ganondagan. It's been going pretty well. Been running as a little bit easier fields in those maiden races. He was also in that double vision race and ran pretty well considering it was 3/4. All right, seventh race. Remember, we got 9 today. So seventh race starts the late pick 3. And again, for 2-year-olds. 2-year-old fillies going 5.5 furlongs. And I actually like both of Jeremiah Englehart's. Well, who's the best around it with 2-year-old fillies? Jeremiah Englehart, the last few years, has been really good with the young 2-year-old fillies. Well, he won a Breeders' Cup race. How's that? Okay, Banks a Million. This one has a strong look. I don't think you're going to get 7-2 on Banks a Million. Her first race was at Belmont. First of all, this horse costs $100,000 as a yearling. You look at the half. Shoplifted was a stakes winner as a 2-year-old. She took some money in her debut at Belmont. She went off at odds of 9-2. So if you think you're going to get 7-2 here at Finger Lakes, I think you might be surprised. I'll say that. Now, she had a troubled trip. If you watch the race at Belmont, and she was making up a lot of ground late and only lost by 10 lengths after being far back. I mean, I'm talking far back early. I think the only downside for Banks a Million, if she does break slowly and or has some trouble early, it's only 5.5 furlongs, and she's going to have to be in the same situation as she was in New York. She might be able to overcome it here, though. I like her on top. The other Jeremiah Englehart horse She's a Trip. Couldn't catch thin legs. They just didn't back up. I mean, that was a case of, and a lot of the 2-year-old races are one gate to wire here. At least the maiden races are, because the horse breaks the gate, everybody's chasing, getting dirt kicked in their face. It's tough to close, especially when you get a lot of debuters. So you'll see a lot of 2-year-old maiden races, at least especially the first few we run, go gate to wire. I think that's pretty much been the case this year. Often is. And She's a Trip was forced to chase. She should be tougher today. An interesting first-time starter I got for third for trainer Dylan and Matt Clark. I look at the breeding on Alara. I mean, it's exceptional. I think one of the halves to this one ran in Saudi Arabia. Was when the United, I don't know how to say it, United Emigrates Derby out in the Middle East. I mean, you got to be good to run those races. This is a half to a couple of good ones. I mean, that was one of them. There was another horse that ran second in a stakes race here in the States. Only cost $2,000 as a yearling. The dam herself cost $380,000. Obviously, they paid that for her for breeding, so this one's well bred. She was at age 8 when they bought the horse. I'm assuming it was for breeding, and is well bred. Maybe can run first out. She's part of an entry that are both first time starters for Dylan and Matt Clark. She's 10-1. For fourth, they'll throw in Yachty's Catch. She certainly looked better in her first start than her second start. She actually had a lot of run. She was flying late, made up a lot of ground in that debut. If she can run back to that race, she could be there today. 7-3-1-4. Pretty good 2-year-old filly race. All right, eighth race. We got 9. It'll be the last double. Obviously, scratch the 2, Flying Emperor. Remember, we draw on Wednesday we draw a week ahead of time, so Jimmy Wright still had the choice of whether to run on Monday or Wednesday. He opted to run in the stake and almost won it, very close to winning it. All right, tough. This one turns out, with that one out, imagine if that one ran in this race, how much he would have won by. With that one out, it certainly changes the pace complexion of the race. I mean, from forward motion having to play presser, now forward motion is the speed of the race. And it is only 5.5 furlongs. It's hard to fall in love with forward motion in his 2 races this year, but he did run against Fleet Warrior and Son of Darkness in that race 2 back before just being spent in the slop last time. The question is, does Frosty the Dragon try him? How much of a lead does forward motion have early? But you look at the rest of the rivals. This is a 1 state bred allowance, but is it a legitimate allowance race? You got horses like Simba's All Trouble. has won 4 in a row, broke his main against May in special weights, but the last 2 races for 5, he steps up, but his numbers are as good as anybody's. Mrs. Robin E., he steps up after winning the 4 Lifetime 5. Along came the Prince, ran for 5. Mr. Skittles ran for 4,000. Frosty the Dragon has run for 5. Saratoga Promise has been an allowance horse, but the form hasn't been good on that one. But he could run well against some of these horses that are stepping up from 5. I did take a horse stepping up, just taking a shot in here. This is a race, maybe you could catch a price. What about Mrs. Robin E. shortening up to 5.5? Yeah, the last race, he was all out to win a 4 Lifetime 5. But look at the record at 5.5. I think he hangs a little bit at 6 furlongs. I think he runs better at 5.5. When you look at the numbers at 5.5, this horse has been no worse than second in what? His last 8 starts? He ran second to Simba's All Trouble, going 6 furlongs. It's 5.5 here. He should be close up throughout with the speed of Forward Motion and possibly Frosty the Dragon. And I think Mrs. Robin E. has a chance to pull off the upset going to the better distance. You look at his distance record, 3 of his 4 career wins have been performed at 5.5. His race, his best race was, and I'm looking back to his race on July 14th off of the layoff, going 6 furlongs. That's first Homestead that he tested in that race. That was a good race for Mrs. Robin E. He only lost 4 lengths. I tell you what, this is an allowance race. First Homestead would win this race, not only win this race, but win this race pretty easily. So I'm taking a shot here at 6-1 on Mrs. Robin E. Yeah, Forward Motion, probable favorite in the race off of the scratch of the speed. He looks like the speed of the race. He's got a break, but he's got a couple bullet works since that last race on July 14th. And then eased up on him the last couple works, but he does look like the legitimate pace of the race, and it is only 5.5. He looks tough. The one horse is Simba's All Trouble. Again, looking for 5 in a row. This horse has been very well spotted by Rafael Rohina, talking about first Homestead. Maybe he makes it 5 in a row. This isn't a big step up when you look at this field. And then you got Saratoga Promise, probably the only legitimate allowance horse in this race. But his form has not been as great lately. His best race this year was 2 back, going 6 furlongs. Only got beat a few lengths to True Gold, who would beat this field as well. 4-6-1-8. All right, run out of time. Last race. Price-wise, I got a couple good ones in here. Spirit of Life has been a beaten favorite the last 2, but his main problem has been at the gate. I guess I'm on the Jeremiah Engelhardt bandwagon here. Oh, so much that I lost my microphone. But, yeah, I got Jeremiah Engelhardt winning the pick 3. I hope I can at least get 2 of the 3 of them. But Spirit of Life looks pretty good in here. Couple of bad starts in a row, and now, at this, he's just got to catch Carmelita. Call Me Carmelita looks like the outside speed. Actually drops off a maiden special weight win. That one looks like he's going to be tough. John Davila opted to ride there over Wish for Magic and looks awfully tough. So I'm going with a 5-7-10-2 as time travel, kind of a slow start last time. Enjoy today's card. Remember that pick 5 carryover starts in race number 5. So that's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's a 50-cent minimum wager, $12,000 already in the pool. We are running Monday through Wednesday. We're going to continue to do that into September. That's Labor Day coming up. That'll be our next live racing day. Enjoy your Labor Day weekend.
And the bugling duo of Macarino and Manfredi have the horses coming onto the track for the Wednesday opener. 5.5 furlongs, 3-year-olds and up. Non-winners of a race in the past 6 months, $5,000 claimers. Scratch both halves of the entry. No show, no trifecta, no superfecta wagering. 9-race card, Fast Racetrack. Race 1 will start the early double and the early pick 3. Post time in about 5 minutes. Here's the group with the 2, beginning with the 2. Highway 27, Luis Perez, the current favorite at 3-2. 3, Anything Possible, second choice at 8-5, Joel Cruz. 4, I Will Rock You with Carlos Camillo. And the 5 is Zanato, Wilfredo Rojina. That's the quartet for the Wednesday opener. Once again, no show, no trifecta, no superfecta wagering. Post time in 4 minutes. 9-race card. Race 1 will start the early double and the early pick 3. Two minutes, post time in a couple of minutes. The horses are approaching the starting gate. It's post time for the opener. Field of 4 arriving at the starting gate. 4-5, number 3, Anything Possible. 8-5, number 2, Highway 27. Just a field of 4, both halves of the entry scratched. No show, no trifecta, no superfecta wagering. 9-race card, fast racetrack. Race 1 starts the early double and the early pick 3. Anything possible now 3 to 5. He's ready to load. I Will Rock You was the first one in, then Highway 27. One more to go, Zanato. Ready for the opener. And there they go. Zanato is away quickly with Highway 27, and I Will Rock You makes 3 gunning. Anything possible will sit a trip from the back marker just under 3 lengths off the lead. Highway 27, 3 parts of a length to I Will Rock You. Zanato from the top shelf, and Anything Possible's in range just shy of 3 lengths from the front. So it's Highway 27 the quickest. I Will Rock You keeps him honest. Zanato's pushing 3 wide. Anything Possible biding his time from the rail. A little more than 3 off the lead at the 3/8. Highway 27 with the lead. Zanato turns up the pressure 3 deep. I Will Rock You splitting rivals, and Anything Possible gets a trip 3 to find racing to the quarter pole. Highway 27, Zanato 3 wide. I Will Rock You the middleman, and here's Anything Possible maneuvering to the far outside, and he comes with his run. Anything Possible now closing in. Quite a race considering only 4 horses. They stack up across the track. Zanato, Anything Possible's closing to the far outside. Zanato and Anything Possible. Highway 27 gives way. Here's Anything Possible hitting the front. Anything Possible front and center in the opener. From Zanato, Highway 27, and I Will Rock You at the back. One minute 6 and 72/100ths the final time. 3 Anything Possible will last the first winner. Considering we only had 4, it shaped out to be a pretty good race. They stacked up past the 3/16. Anything Possible got some run. Closed to the far outside and outfinished Zanato in the run to the wire. 3 Anything Possible, the unofficial winner. Looking at the slow-mo, second place 5 Zanato, third place 2 Highway 27, fourth place 4 I Will Rock You. Once again, on-track patrons, the middle portion of our board in the infield has not been working this week. Please refer to television monitors for the unofficial results. Anything Possible, his 6th career victory, a 6-year-old bay gelding by Mission Impossible out of the dam Lightning Pace. Owned and trained by the Lobster Man, Mark Tasso, winning jockey Joel Cruz. An appearance in the winner's circle from the M&M crew, Macarino and Manfredi. Anything Possible was bred in New York by Mockingbird Farms LLC along with Spotted Pony LLC. The opener is official, 3524, that exact to $10.40. We did have a claim out of the opener. The winner 3 Anything Possible, a 2-way shake. I will announce the winner of the shake momentarily. Second race is clear of change. Race 2 starts the early pick 4. Race 2 in 21 minutes at 1:35. Acclaim from the opener winner, 3 Anything Possible, two-way shake moving to the barn of Lugu. Louis Gutierrez, owner trainer, two-way shake, 3 Anything Possible, Lugu.
All right, coming up on race number 2 is a 4-horse field, but Anything Possible couldn't have got a better setup there as they went after Highway 27. I Will Rock You. Zenyatta broke well. He was out there. Anything Possible got a dream setup, and it was over from there. And Joel Cruz timed that one perfectly. Got the win for owner-trainer Mark Tasso. Drop in class certainly helped. Second race, a 5,000 maiden claimer going a distance of 1.70 miles. Probably the most wide open race of the day. Got 7 betting interests. You can make a case for almost all of them, and probably make a case for all of them. There's no standouts in here right now. The slight favorite is the 6, Dr. Flash. Had a tough 11 post last time and a wide trip and called it a day in the slop. This horse has caught an off track in almost every start. You're talking 6 of the 7 career starts. Dr. Flash has caught an off track and had tough outside post that race as well. Well, the winner won by a lot, so calling it a day and easing up. The margin of defeat looks as bad as, or doesn't look as it wasn't as bad as it looks, I should say. Well, he was a beaten favorite, maybe a little over bet in that race a couple starts ago, but had a really horrible trip. I mean, this horse got behind horses, had to check, and didn't have the best of trips, and he didn't have an excuse the previous 2, so I'm looking for excuses for Dr. Flash. But either way, he's a top 3 threat in this wide open race, one of a few that you can make a case for. The one horse is Boston Billy. Logical horse, as he hasn't missed the board in his last 3 starts at this distance, at this level. All 3 starts, he caught a sloppy racetrack. Interesting that this race keeps getting run on off tracks. He also ran into Lookout Lambo last time, who blew that field away. But he was wide, and he still rallied up to be second over Hurricane Alpha, who's also in this race. And the two of them ran together. If you like Boston Billy, you probably got to like Hurricane Alpha as well. On the outside is the 7, Never Evolved. And you got to go back a few starts to like this horse, but that's a sprint. His first race here at Finger Lakes off the layoff was his best race. He broke poorly in that race, still rallied to be 4th. Unfortunately, he hasn't really run that well in the routes. Now, Mariner Key actually blew that field away, couldn't have dominated anymore in that August 3rd race, and this horse still ran a good second. So a repeat of that effort puts him in the mix, at least, with these. But nobody really stands out in a pretty evenly matched race number 2 that somebody is going to win. You got 7 minutes to post. Exacta tries Super Daily Double. Pick 3 and pick 4 starts here.
On the track, race 2, 3-year-olds and up, maiden claimers, 5,000 the level, 1 mile and 70 yards. No changes here. They are 1 Boston Billy, Emmanuel Di Diego. The favorite at 2-1. 2 Odin's Honor, Neftali Perez. Next will be the 3, Trizatum, Luis Perez. 4 is Cosmic Cowboy, Rudy Ignacio. There's the 5, Hurricane Alpha, Jackie Davis. Second choice, 3-1. 6, Dr. Flash, Kevin Navarro. Third selection, 7-2. And the 7 is Never Evolved, Oscar Gomez. Fourth choice, 4-1. 9 races. Second race starts the early pick 4. Post time in about 3 minutes. nearing the gate. It's post time for the second race, 8-5, number 1, Boston Billy. 5-2, number 5, Hurricane Alpha. Field of 7 arriving at the starting gate. 9 race cards, so race 2 will kickstart the early pick 4. And here's Cosmic Cowboy joining Trisatum, Odin's Honor, and Boston Billy. Up next, Hurricane Alpha. Brent Bond's been on a roll. Victory last Tuesday and Wednesday, and then Monday of this week. Here's Dr. Flash and Never Evolved, the last of 7. Never Evolved to the outside. 7-5, Boston Billy. 2-1, Hurricane Alpha. Still a little bit of reluctancy from Never Evolved. Now he's in. They're at the post. And there they go. And it's a quick start for Dr. Flash. He's out for the lead. In second is Boston Billy. Then Hurricane Alpha striding into third. Inside of Never Evolved. Trisatum has the 5th position. Following him, Odin's Honor. And at the tail of the field is Cosmic Cowboy. So Dr. Flash makes the pace. And there's Hurricane Alpha joining him from the outside. Boston Billy's 3rd. Trisatum has the 4th position, more than 5.5 or 6 off the pace. To his flank, races Never Evolved. Odin's Honor had to put on the brakes from the rail, headed by Cosmic Cowboy. So they race to the backstretch run, 24 2/5. Dr. Flash and Kevin Navarro, half a length to Hurricane Alpha and Jackie Davis. And look at the trip for Boston Billy. In behind the 2 dueling leaders and well clear of his next rival, who has Never Evolved. But that runner's about 7 lengths off the pace. Length back to Trisatum. Another length and a half to Cosmic Cowboy. And Odin's Honor's at the back. 49 seconds for the half. Dr. Flash and Hurricane Alpha. And Boston Billy gets the trip. No excuses for him heading into the turn. 2.5 or so off the pace. Another 4 to Never Evolved, now picking up his stride, and Trisatum's quickening with him. Hurricane Alpha and Dr. Flash. Here comes Boston Billy. Here comes Never Evolved and Trisatum. The other 2 are far out of it. And there's Boston Billy making his move. He's 3 deep. Never Evolved from the extreme outside, and Trisatum. Boston Billy got the trip, and he's the one to come and get. He gets first run. Never Evolves trying to close after him with Trisatum. Boston Billy at the 3/16, kicking clear. He has now 3 lengths near the 8th pole from Never Evolved. Trisatum 3rd, Hurricane Alpha's a distant 4th. It's all about Boston Billy. He got the trip. He's even money, and he's going to the winner's circle. Never Evolved trying to hang on for 2nd. He will. Trisatum 3rd, a long ways back to Hurricane Alpha in 4th. $147 3/5 the time on the board. The 1 Boston Billy, he got the trip up the backstretch. You had to like everything you saw with him. And behind the 2 leaders and well clear of his next rival. Pretty convincing winner here in race 2. 1 Boston Billy at even money. Second place 7, Never Evolved. Third place 3, Trisatum. Fourth place 5, Hurricane Alpha. 1735. 147 73 100ths the final time. Boston Billy makes his way into the winner's circle. He is a 4-year-old dark bear brown gelding by Congrats out of the dam through. Owned by Sinatra Thoroughbred Racing, winning trainer Eddie Babcock, the long shot king. Here with the favorite, winning jockey, the barber, Emmanuel Di Diego. Winner was bred in New York by Steven Sinatra. It's official, 1735, that exact, the $14, the trifecta, $31.87, that dollar super, $145.50. 3-1 early double, $8.90. On to the third race. It's clear of change. We're pretty light on changes this afternoon. Race 3 is in 24 minutes at 2:05.
11 minutes to post for race number 3 in Boston Billy. Good second last time. This time couldn't have got a better trip under the Barber Di Diego, and was able to roll to victory as the even money favorite. That for trainer Ed Babcock. So much for a long shot. Ed Babcock, he's been favorite Ed Babcock. All right, third race, a 2-year-old maiden race, going a distance of 5.5 furlongs. The touts are out on Keddy Hustle, who did run once at Saratoga and just kind of ran evenly. He hugged the rail the whole way and made a good late move to just miss being fourth. He ended up fifth in that race. Tough to gauge that race because he was in against so much better, was not competitive with any of the top 2 or 3 finishers. Well, he'll face Finger Lakes competition here. This should be a lot easier than the spot he was in last time and could wake up a little bit. Right now getting some play at odds of 3 to 4. Really can't gauge anything from that debut, but this is a lot easier. The one horse is Pickering Circle. He's had 2 career starts, the first against state-bred special weights, and he caught slop that day, and a pretty tough horse who came back to win against winners. Showed some speed in his start at Saratoga, but faded in that race and ended up finishing off the board. So this should be a little easier. Not much on the breeding. This one, this is the first and only foal out of an unraced mare. Well, coming to Finger Lakes, he could be competitive in this spot. He's at 9 to 2 right now. I got a couple 5 to 1 shots. You got Tarquinius, who's a half to Flying Emperor, a horse that ran second in the George Barker Stakes the other day. Did take a little money, but would have expected him to take more money than that in his debut, but he actually ran well. He got a nice trip sitting behind the speed and just kind of finished evenly in that race. Goes a little further today, 5.5, but off that race and off the number, he figures to be there today. The other you got 3 first-time starters in here. You got Navy King for M. Anthony Ferraro, Cut the Cord for Linda Dixon, and Daddy's Overdraft for Victor Dean. And right now, Navy King is the longest shot of the 3, and he's out of a dam that was more route than sprint. Maybe that's why. This 5 horse is more turf than dirt. Both career wins of that dam were performed on turf. Daddy's Overdraft, more route than sprint as well, but works a little on the slow side for that one. But it is actually getting more play than the other firsters right now. The lowest odds of the first-time starters at odds of 5 to 1. Well, the pick 6 starts here. It is a 20-cent, or sorry, pick 3 starts here. The pick 6 starts in the 4th with the 9-race card. Exacta Super Daily Double. Pick 3 also offered in a 2-year-old race for the boys. Should be a good one.
Coming onto the track for the third race, 2-year-olds maiden special weights 5.5 furlongs. No changes, post time in about 6 minutes. Here's the field. 1 Pickering Circle, Luis Perez 9-5. Also the 2 Kenny Hustle 9-5. They are battling for favoritism. Kenny Hustle's jockey's Oscar Gomez. 3 Tarquinius, Emmanuel Di Diego. The Barbers looking for back-to-back scores. 4 is Navy King with Sammy Cardona. 5 Cut the Cord, Nazario Alvarado. And here's the 6, Daddy's Overdraft with Jackie Davis. Post time in 5 minutes. The 2-year-olds are approaching the starting gate. It's post time for the third race. 2-year-olds, 6 of them arriving at the starting gate. Number 1, Pickering Circle at 7-5. 2, Kenny Hustle. 2-1, the 3, Tarquinius. 3-1. Pickering Circle, the first of 6 into the gate. Here's Kenny Hustle. Pickering Circle now 6-5. Inside 3 are situated. Now the 3 debuters to the outside. Navy King, Cut the Cord, and Daddy's Overdraft. Big shout out to Tony Macarino and Fred Manfredi enjoying their Wednesday here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Daddy's Overdraft to the outside. Pickering Circle 7-5. Kenny Hustle 8-5. Still waiting for Daddy. And there they go. Kenny Hustle's out for the lead. Here's Pickering Circle showing good speed. He'll pick it up. Tarquinius forwardly positioned 3 wide. Cut the Cord comes away running in the 4th spot. Then go to Navy King, and Daddy's Overdraft is the last of 6. Pickering Circle is the speed of the speed. 2 lengths to Kenny Hustle inside of Tarquinius. Break of more than 3 lengths to Cut the Cord. He's isolated in the 4th position. About 9 lengths back to Navy King. Another 2 to Daddy's Overdraft. Pickering Circle, 23 seconds, pretty soft. Pickering Circle, a length and a half. Kenny Hustle and Tarquinius are closing in, and so too has Cut the Cord. Green Silk's 4 deep, getting closer. They're starting to gang up on Pickering Circle. Pickering Circle, here's Kenny Hustle right alongside. Kenny Hustle gets the lead. Pickering Circle tries to fight on. Cut the Cord's beginning his move to the outside, but it's Kenny Hustle. Kenny Hustle has found the front at the 8th pole, going to try to fend off Cut the Cord. Kenny Hustle, Cut the Cord's coming after him. Here comes Cut the Cord to tackle Kenny Hustle. Kenny Hustle digs in. Cut the Cord has momentum. Cut the Cord and Kenny Hustle. Who's it going to be? Cut the Cord. Cut the Cord from Kenny Hustle. Then Navy King and Tarquinius. What a horse race between Cut the Cord and Kenny Hustle. 1 minute 7 and 79 100ths the final time. Five, Cut the Cord first at 9-1. Second place 2, Kenny Hustle. Third place 4, Navy King. Fourth place 3, Tarquinius. It's official. Race 3, 5243 up on the board. That dollar super, $296.50. A 1-5 double get you $96 even. 3-1-5 early pick 3, $30.87. 5-2 exact is $73.50. 5-2-4 trifecta, $79. Here's Cut the Cord, winning debut. 2-year-old Grayer owned colt by Creative Cause out of the Damn Cable. Owned by Anne Marie Daly. And the winning trainer is Linda Dixon. Winning jockey Nazario Alvarado. New York bred by Michael Anthony Slezik. All right, our fourth race will start the pick six. A little small carryover. Our jackpot pick six just shy of $600. And there are no changes. Post time in about 23 minutes.
Horses are in the paddock for the fourth race on today's card, and first-time starter cut the cord. Swung wide on the turn, but able to catch Kenny Hustle to get the victory. Naz Alvarado for trainer Linda Dixon. As we go to the fourth, it is a 5,000 claimer going a distance of 1.70 miles. This race starts our pick six, a 20-cent minimum wager. The three-horse Purchasing Power getting some play. It was a race lacking in any speed in a five-horse field on August 10th, and as Gold Cross took advantage by going to the front end, Purchasing Power was able to stay close, was the closest one to that rival, and he ran decently considering there just simply wasn't any pace for him to chase down, because running to the front is not the thing for Purchasing Power. So he should sit off the speed here and should have some impact, a definite top three threat in the fourth race. Then you got the old class horse in the 5, Curlin's New Moon, and this one dropped to 5,000 last fall and got the victory second time at the 5,000 level. Came off the layoff and ran big, stayed at the bottom, but considering it was off the layoff, it was a big effort to win at 5,000. Tried him as starters. He's just not the same Curlin's New Moon as we've seen before, but he dropped to 5 last time and was not good tactics in that race, and he ended up finishing 4th. But he's outside today. He should be up close with the speed right inside him with audience of 1, and see if a little better effort today for Curlin's New Moon, who's getting some play at 2-1. Audience of 1 is at 3-1. He looks like he's the possible speed of this race. There isn't a ton of it, and he's stretching out of sprint races, and he's flashed some speed in routes at Parks in the past. He does have a win at the distance, and if the pace is slow, that gives him a big shot in here, and he is getting the action at 7-2. That's the horses that are getting some play for the fourth. Remember, we start the jackpot pick 6 in race number 4.
Fourth race, 1 mile and 70 yards. 3-year-olds and up, now winners of 2 races in the past 6 months. $5,000 claimers. No changes. Here they are. Number 1, Full Faith and Credit. The 10-year-olds looking for 2 out of 3 is 18th overall. Tim Ipermarini is the jockey. 2 is Guerrerin looking for 2 in a row with Carlos Camillo. 3 is Purchasing Power. He's the favorite at 2-1 with Michael Davila Jr. Next will be number 4, Audience of 1 and Jose Baez. 5 is Curlin's New Moon, Joel Cruz. Cruzie's looking for a riding double. And 6, La Grosse Bill, Sammy Cardona. Post time in 6 minutes, first leg of our Pick 6. Best of luck, 6 minutes away. 2 minutes post time in less than 2 minutes. The horses are approaching the starting gate. It's post time for the fourth race. This is the start of our pick six. Number 3, Purchasing Power, is the 9-5 favorite. Small carryover, small pool in the pick six. Hey, one unique ticket, you never know. Could get you maybe $3,000 this afternoon. The other day I paid $8,300. I'm still surprised at that big payoff on the Monday card. Congratulations to that winning ticket holder. All right, 4 of the 6 are in the gate. Curlin's New Moon and LaGrosse Bill, the last 2 to load. Purchasing Power at 8-5 and Curlin's New Moon at 5-2. Pick 6 time. And there they go. Full Faith and Credit. The 10-year-old is sent to the lead from the inside. Curlin's New Moon's up close. Here's Audience of One. He wants to show good speed in the 2-path. He engages Full Faith and Credit heading into the clubhouse run. Guerrerin has the 4th position, then LaGrosse Bill, and Purchasing Power is the last of all. Full Faith and Credit making the pace. Audience of One's now going to sit from his flank. Curlin's New Moon is 3rd, and he's under a hold 3 deep. Guerrerin also under a hold from the inside. Purchasing Power and LaGrosse Bill are towards the tail. They start to pack up heading into the turn. They're all chasing the 10-year-old by Colonel John. His name is Full Faith and Credit. 23 4/5 the board reads. Pretty quick for the level. Here's Audience of One. He's been eager throughout. He's tackling Full Faith and Credit. And also there is Curlin's New Moon. He's 3 deep with the Green Silks. And here's Purchasing Power. Now, Purchasing Power's in a tight spot. He's going to have to bide his time. LaGrosse Bill has them all bottled up. And also there, Guerrerin. It's a very compact group. 49 1/5 heading into the turn. Full Faith and Credit has reclaimed the lead. Curlin's New Moon, now his closest pursuer. Giving way just a bit is Audience of One. Now Purchasing Power is going to try to quicken. It's been somewhat of a pace favoring the top 2. The opening quarter said 23 4, but they really slowed it down to that 49 1. So it is Full Faith and Credit and Curlin's New Moon. Now Guerrerin's been on hold with Purchasing Power, and they are both trying to close in together. Anybody's race here at the 3/16. Full Faith and Credit. Guerrerin with the rail slip. Curlin's New Moon at the 8th pole. Full Faith and Credit. And Curlin's New Moon, they kick away. Full Faith and Credit. Curlin's New Moon to his outside. Curlin's New Moon now has his head in front. Here's Curlin's New Moon. A double for Joel Cruz. Curlin's New Moon, his 7th career score. Good effort from the 10-year-old. Full Faith and Credit. He's 2nd. Then Guerrerin and Purchasing Power. What a horse race between Curlin's New Moon and Full Faith and Credit. Discrepancy in price. Curlin's New Moon at 2-1. Full Faith and Credit at 10-1. The final running time 146 and 84/100. All right, I got some numbers on television monitors. 5, Curlin's New Moon first. Second place, 1, Full Faith and Credit. Third place, 2, Guerrera. And fourth place, 3, Purchasing Power. Once again, the middle portion of our board in the infield has not been working. I'm at the mercy of numbers being posted on television monitors. 5, 1, 2, 3, 146 and 84/100. And here is Curlin's New Moon. His 7th career victory, a 6-year-old bay gelding by Curlin out of the dam New Moon on Monday. Owned by Patricia Generazio. Winning trader Beth Miller-Zoll. A double for Joel Cruz. A Kentucky bred by Darby Dan Associates. It's official. 5, 1, 2, 3. That exacta $54. The trifecta $40.62. The dollar super $152.75. 5-5 double $74.50. 155 pick 3. $53.50. Fifth race starts our pick 5. Here's the pool we're waiting for this afternoon. Carryover better than $12,000. Couple of scratches in the sequence. 8th race scratch 2, Flying Emperor. 9th race scratch 1, Yes Your Honor. Our Wednesday pick 5 in 25 minutes at 3:06.
Got about 11 minutes to post for race number 5. And looking back at the 4th, the class horse of Curlin's New Moon, able to get a little better trip today, stay close up to the pace and wear down the speed of Full Faith and Credit. And that was Joel Cruz for trainer Beth Miller-Saul. All right, now looking at the 5th, the current favorite, as this is a 5,000 claimer, never won 4 condition. The 3 Longston for Nancy McCabe, getting some action off of a kind of a tough trip and maybe needing the race last time, coming off a little bit of a layoff from Delaware and also caught a sloppy track. Switches to Jackie Davis, and this will be only the 2nd start for Nancy McCabe in a few years. And Longston, certainly off of that effort, should be able to improve, and that would put him right there against these. Big drop down, kind of a scary drop, is the 2 Blue City. He was claimed for 75 and then did pretty well to run against allowance horses and put up a good number, went 106 for 5.5 and dominated 3 lifetime allowance condition. And then just kind of form went backwards the next 2 starts. But, of course, the last race they went in 104 for 5.5. The Miss Alpha ran a hole in the wind that day. She hasn't been able to repeat that. Of course, Flying Emperor was 2nd, so no shot last time for Blue City. He dropped to 5,000. He was in not too long ago, but scratched, so in again for 5,000 today. And with a drop in class, got to be considered. But a scary drop at that. The 5 horse, looking at the board, is at odds of 5-2, and that's Old Man Winner. This one shouldn't be that far back off of the early pace as well. I mean, he got a perfect trip the day he won 2 races back. Not so much last time, but looks like Stone Guitar is the inside speed along with Blue City, and maybe he could sit with a stocky trip outside of those 2 and could have some impact in here as he shortens up about a half furlong from the 6 furlong race last time, which was in the slot. Those are a few of the contenders for the 5th. Remember, this race starts the Pick 5. There's over $12,000 carryover into the Pick 5 pool, so it should be a good wager today.
Coming onto the track for today's 5th race. 5.5 furlongs, 3-year-olds and up, now winners of 4 races, $5,000 claimers. No changes. First leg of our Wednesday Pick 5. Carryover better than 12,000, more than 11,000 already in the pool. The Pick 5 starts in about 6 minutes. Here they are, 1 Stone Guitar, Jeremiah Flores. 2 is Blue City, Michael Davila Jr. 3 is Logsden, Jackie Davis. 4, Lookout Jace, Andre Worry. 5 jumped out of line over in the 3/4 chute. 6 is Union Banks, Carlos Camillo. And here is Union Banks. And over in the 3/4 chute is the 5, Old Man Winter. And jockey Luis Perez. Post time in about 5 minutes. Couple of minutes until post time. The horses are approaching the starting gate. It's post time for the fifth race. Number 5, Old Man Winter is the favorite at 9-5. Stone Guitar is in Blue City. Logsden will be next. Logsden at 5-2. Stone Guitar and Blue City are both 3-1. Here's the long shot. Look out, Jace. 2 to load, Old Man Winter and Union Banks. Old Man Winter at 3-2. There's Union Banks to the outside. Pick 5 time. And there they go. Blue City and Stone Guitar out for the lead. Logsden broke alertly. Old Man Winter is right there vying for third from the far outside. I'm going to look out Jason. Union Banks is the last of all. Stone Guitar just a little quicker than Blue City. They are together pretty much as one. Old Man Winter gets a nice tracking trip in the clear from the outside. Logsden's up close to the action, only 2.5 off the pace. Look out, Jace, a little less than 3.5 from the leaders heading into the turn. Union Banks has about 7 or 8 to make up, and he's starting to close in from that back marker. Soft opening quarter. Blue City now comes away with the lead. Old Man Winter's on the attack. And here comes Union Banks. He's last. He has a nice stride working. Can he close into this soft pace? In the meantime, Old Man Winter's up to the front from Blue City. Old Man Winter up to the front. Blue City's under left-handed urging. Union Banks continues with his wide run. He has momentum, but he's at the mercy of this pace, and Old Man Winter beat him to the punch. Old Man Winter chased home by Union Banks. Old Man Winter opening up. Old Man Winter in front from Union Banks. Blue City's in a photo for third with Stone Guitar. One minute 6 and 74 100ths. 5 Old Man Winter up close to the soft pace. A nice outside tracking trip. He got first run on Union Banks, who had a good stride working. But it is Old Man Winter. Smart money, 3-2. Rightfully so, I guess, under the line. Old Man Winter, the unofficial winner. Pretty good effort from the runner-up 6, Union Banks, at a big price. Photo third and fourth. Old Man Winter makes his way into the winner's circle. 4-year-old Chestnut Gelding by Munnings. Out of the Dam Never Said I Was Sweet. Owned and trained by Jim Aquilano, winning jockey Luis Perez. Kentucky bred by Red Oak Stable. 2 Blue City third, 4th place 1 Stone Guitar. It's official. 5-6-2-1. That 5-5 double $19.20. 5-5-5 pick 3 $87.37. Early pick 4 $233.50. 5-6 exacta $34. The trifecta 5-6-2 $28.50. The dollar super 5-6-2-1 $133.25. Race 6 won Isabella's Magic, 2 pounds over the weight. Race 6 starts the late pick 4, post time in 24 minutes at 3:35.
All right, coming up on the 6th is Old Man Winter getting a really nice trip in there, and Union Bank's able to close to be second as the pace finally took its toll at the end of that one. And we'll start off the pick 5 with Old Man Winter. Let's go to the 6th, and you got 13 minutes to post for the 6th. It is a never 1-2 allowance condition, going a distance of 5.5 furlongs. There is some play for the inside, I should say the entry here, of Isabella's Magic and Catch a Lion by a Tail. I believe it's because of Catch a Lion by a Tail. Not sure that why these aren't long shots. Says Catch a Lion by a Tail was 29-1 last time. Ran okay, only got beat 3 lengths in this condition, but I would demand a higher price for this entry. At 5-2 is the 4-horse. That's the Last Ace. Should flash some speed in here. Had been running on the turf in routes, but did show some sprint speed last time by pressing early with Kickerland and others, and didn't fade all that badly in first race over the track and going turf to dirt in that race. Bred a little better for route in turf than this kind of a race, a dirt sprint, but he does have that early speed that he could be in the race early and could be a factor in this race. Now, the horse that is hoping for a little pace up front is the 2, War of Thrones. An improving 3-year-old. He started off his career in New York going long, but has seemed to be running well in these short races. Has not missed the board in 4 starts here at Finger Lakes. He did beat restricted 3-year-olds, a much weaker field, to break his maiden. So his numbers have been ascending, going the right way. And the last race going 5.5, he did catch a tough one in Fitzpatrick, but he was right there at the end. They just really didn't quite back up. So he kind of at the mercy of the pace going the shorter 5.5 furlongs, but look for him to be closing late. Now, some of the horses for the 6th race, this race starts the late pick 4.
Coming onto the track for race 6, allowance conditions. 3-year-olds and up, now winners of 2 races. 5.5 furlongs, number 1, Isabella's Magic, 2 pounds over. Field of 7 with 6 wagering interests. This is the first leg of our late pick 4, and post time is in 5 minutes. Here's the field. Number 1 is Isabella's Magic and Rafael Rohina Jr., a couple of pounds overweight. 1A Cat's a Lion by the Tail and Jackie Davis. 5-2 for the Julie Smith entry. Here's the 2 War of Thrones, John Davila Jr., currently 7-2. 3 is Kickerland with Andre Worry, 3-1. Roll of the favorite belongs to the 4, the Last Ace with Oscar Gomez, the Last Ace at 2-1. 5 is Ganondagan with Joel Saunier. And the 6 is Sinkabi, looking for 2 in a row. Harry Hernandez is the jockey. Jim Aquilano looking for back-to-back training scores. Late pick 4, field of 7, 6 wagering interests. Post time in about 4 minutes. The horses are approaching the starting gate. It's post time for the 6th. Race 6 will start our late pick 4. 3 Kickerland 9-5, 2 War of Thrones 2-1 for the last ace 3-1. Working on Julie Smith's Isabella's Magic. Isabella's Magic is wearing Julie's colors. Cat's a lion by the tails in the red house silks. There's War of Thrones, first leg of our late pick 4. What about our pick 5? Nearly $51,000 pumped into the pool. $12,000 carryover, just shy of $51,000 in today's pool. Started out with the favorite, Old Man Winter. Let's see what we can do here in the second leg. Here's Kickerland. Next will be the last ace. Then Ganondagon and Syncope. Field of 7 with 6 wagering interests. Syncope to the outside. Late pick 4 time. And there they go. Ganondagon broke alertly, but the last ace is going to prove to be the quickest. Kickerland's up close. Here's Syncope into the 4th spot. We've got a War of Thrones. Cat's a lion by the tail. And Isabella's Magic is the last of 7. The last ace is the speed, about a length. Here's Kickerland making up ground in the 2-path. Ganondagon is up close in 3rd, and he's 2.5 off the lead heading into the turn. About 2.5 lengths to Isabella's Magic, War of Thrones, and Syncope from the far outside. Cat's a lion by the tail is the last of all. Midway through the turn, the last ace has the lead. Right alongside is Kickerland, and they have 5 lengths on Ganondagon, who has the 3rd spot, a length to War of Thrones. Syncope deep on the track. Isabella's Magic in a tight spot from the rail. Cat's a lion by the tail's the last of all. And the last ace turns for home with the lead, and he has discouraged Kickerland. The last ace, 3 lengths at the 8th pole from Kickerland, and War of Thrones begins to close in, but it's a minor placing at best. Ganondagon farther out with Syncope. It's the last ace in front. Second start over the surface. He goes all the way. Kickerland's in a photo for second with War of Thrones. We know Ganondagon checked in 4th to complete the superfecta. One minute 6 and 4/100ths. Number 4, the last ace, is the unofficial winner. A big effort from him this afternoon. Big angle here at Finger Lakes. That second time start over the surface. He made his first appearance here on the 4th of August and showed some pretty good speed, battling for the top spot. No match for Fitzpatrick. Fitzpatrick with a breakthrough performance that afternoon. Today, the last ace was able to get to the front. Kickerland came a-calling, but he repelled that bid and was a much the best winner. Number 4, the last ace first. Photo for second, 1 minute 6 and 4/100ths. That final time once again. Second place 3, Kickerland. Third place 2, War of Thrones. Fourth place 5, Ganondagon. The last ace makes his way into the winner's circle. He's a 4-year-old bay gelding by Honor Goat out of the dam AC Doocy, owned by Stonebridge Farm. Bred in New York by Stone Ridge Farm LLC. Winning trader Paul Barrow. Winning jockey the Missile Oscar Gomez. It's official, 4325. The exact at $24.40, the trifecta $13.87, the dollar super $84 even. A 5-4 double $26.20, 5-5-4 pick 3 $15.62. Seventh race is clear of change. 2-year-old fillies. We had the 2-year-old boys earlier in the card. 2-year-old fillies, field of 9-8 wagering interests. Our seventh race begins late pick 3. It's clear of change, and post time is in 25 minutes at 4:05.
11 minutes to post for race number 7. And, pace makes the race. Usually the case in most events here at Finger Lakes. And that one ran a big one, the last ace on the front end, getting the victory in race number 6, good allowance race. The 7th race is another race for 2-year-olds, and this one is for the girls. 2-year-old fillies going a distance of 5.5 furlongs. And no surprise, Banks a Million getting some play in here, arriving from Belmont as it runs since June. But she took some money in that debut, had some trouble, and if you look at it, she really didn't run that badly. Only beat a couple horses, but with the trouble that she had and the type of competition that was there, it wasn't that bad of an effort. Well, she cost $100,000 as a yearling, is a half to Shoplifted, who's a stakes winner as a 2-year-old, and facing this competition here should find this a little bit easier than her debut, and is very live in race number 7. The 3 horses, the other Jeremiah Engelhardt trainee, She's a Trip. Well, she was bet down to be favorite in her Finger Lakes debut after running at Belmont, so similar form as Banks a Million. But she ran into Thin Legs, who just kind of shook loose on her. But she didn't run bad at all in that first race. The horse that was third, Hideout, came back to win her next start. That was probably the easiest of the 2-year-old races that we've had, as it was one of the first ones that we had here at Finger Lakes. But she's got some room to improve off of that effort, and she's currently at odds of 5-1. Got the entry for Dylan and Matt Clark of Alara and Midmon. Alara out of a dam that cost $380,000. The dam was a half to a couple of real good ones, couple stakes winners, and this one has got some good ones as siblings. Out of dam, of course, by Dixieland Band, but this one some decent works and making her debut. Tricky read now, but she did take a little bit of early play with the entry mate Midmon. They're right now at odds of 6-1. But most of the early play right now on Banks a Million, actually both Jeremiah trainees are getting some play in this 7th race. We start the late pick 3 with a pretty good 2-year-old filly event. Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double also offered.
Nine 2-year-old fillies, 8 wagering interests, 5.5 furlongs, maiden special weights. Race 7 is clear of change. It starts our late pick 3, and post time is in 6 minutes. Here's the field number 1, Alara and Luis Perez. Luis looking for back-to-back scores. stand corrected. Luis won the 5th race. All right, he's still looking for a double. Stablemate is the 1A Midmon and Jose Baez. Both of the debutantes conditioned by Dylan Clark. Here's Windy Lee Farms Cobra Queen, one of 5 debutantes. A California bred. Harry Hernandez is the jockey. 3, She's a Trip, Andre Worry. Current second choice at 9-2, 5-1 for the Dylan Clark duo. 4 has jumped out of line, so onto the 5, Toscanova Beauty, Nazario Alvarado, and Linda Dixon, looking to win another 2-year-old affair. This is the 4th of 5 debutantes. Here's the 5th of the debutantes, the 6th, Savannah Gal, and Tammy Permarini. 7 is Banks a Million. She's the favorite at 6-5. John Davila Jr. is the jockey. This one's a stablemate to the 3, She's a Trip, both conditioned by Jeremiah Englehart. And the 8 is Kara's Nichols with Jackie Davis. Those are the 9 2-year-old fillies. Oh, what about the 4, Yachty's Catch? She jumped out of line. 4, Yachty's Catch and jockey Jose Rohina. Those are the 9 2-year-old fillies. 8 wagering interests. Our 7th race in 4 minutes at 4:05. The 2-year-old fillies are approaching the starting gate. It's post time for the 7th race. 9 2-year-old fillies, 8 wagering interests arriving at the starting gate. Late money is just pouring in on number 3. She's a trip at even money. 7 Banks a Million. Her stablemate is the solid second choice at 5-2. 6-1 for the Dylan Clark duo. Alara and Midmont. Alara with the Matt Clark colors. Midmont with the House Silks. There's Toscanova Beauty. Savannah Gal. 5 debutantes out of the 9. There's Midmon. Next will be Banks a Million, well respected in her debut. Didn't go her way. She was 6-1. Multiple repeat winners out of the affair. Banks a Million at 5-2. Her stablemate's getting more love. She's a trip at even money. Kara's Nichols will be the last one to load to the outside. Ready for the 2-year-old fillies. And there they go. Swift start for Cobra Queen from the inside, but Savannah Gal's a little quicker, and so too is from the outside Midmon. Midmon flashing good speed, and here is Toscanova Beauty. Midmon and Toscanova Beauty pick it up. Cobra Queen is third. Banks a Million vies for that spot. Kara's Nichols from the far outside is in the 5th position. Top Shelf running for her. Here She's a Trip getting within 3.5 heading into the turn. A little bit of traffic she'll have to overcome as there are several runners in front of her. From the inside is Alara. Racing with her is Yachty's Catch. And now at the tail is Savannah Gal. They race to the 5/16. Toscanova Beauty and Midmon. Chasing them is Banks a Million. Cobra Queen needs somewhere to go from the inside. Likewise for She's a Trip. She races inside of Kara's Nichols. And then with a Yachty's Catch, they turn for home, and it's Toscanova Beauty with the lead. Linda Dixon trying to win both the 2-year-old races. And Toscanova Beauty has kicked well clear. This one's 34-1. Toscanova Beauty has given them the slip. Cobra Queen runs a good one into second, then Banks a Million. Linda Dixon with the 2-year-olds this afternoon. Toscanova Beauty cruises. Cobra Queen second, then Banks a Million. She's a Trip fourth for the Super. Holy Toledo, the Dixon barn with all of the 2-year-olds this afternoon. Cut the cord in the third. And here's Toscanova Beauty at 34-1. 107 3/5 the time on the board. What a big time effort from 5 Toscanova Beauty. Just cruise 34-1 upsetter. Second place 2 Cobra Queen. Third place 7 Banks a Million. Fourth place 3 She's a Trip. 1 minute 7 and 63/100ths the final time. Race 7 is official. 5273 on the board, a $70 plus winner. 50-cent trifecta is a big one. The dollar super's huge. Entering the winner's circle is the 5 Toscanova Beauty, one of the debutantes. 2-year-old Bay Filly by Boys at Toscanova out of the dam Dynavision. Owned by Linda Dixon and Hector Alejandro. Training double for Linda, capturing both the 2-year-old races, likewise for winning jockey Nazario Alvarado. Winner was bred in New York by Barry Ostringer. 5-2 exact at $971. 4-5 double, $217.50. 5-4-5 pick 3, $177.25. 5-2-7 trifecta, $1,031.75. The Dollar Super, $5,293.50. 9 race card, so a couple more races to go. We can get out with the late double if you didn't have that winner for your pick 5. The late double starts in about 24 minutes at 4:35. Scratch 2, Flying Emperor.
All right, I got 14 minutes to post for race number 8. And wow, what an effort by a long shot Tuscanova Beauty. What a day for Linda Dixon with the 2-year-olds. That was very impressive with the victory. Of course, you also had Cut the Cord that won race number 3 with Naz Alvarado. And now you sweep the 2-year-old races of the day with Tuscanova Beauty. So the boy, girl, and the girl race both won by the combination of Linda Dixon and Naz Alvarado. That one even more impressive as that one just went to the front and dominated that group. A $70 winner in race number 7. If you're live in the pick 5, good luck these last couple legs. All right, let's look at the 8th race, and no real heavy favorite on the board right now, as the lukewarm favorite would be at 5-2. That's the 6-horse Forward Motion, who figures to be the front speed of this race. Got a little bit of a break since July 14th and put in a couple of nice works, couple bullets of 47 and change, actually the same exact time on August 3rd and August 10th. Then backed off a little bit for this race. And with the scratch, of course, Flying Emperor was entered on Wednesday, was also entered for the stakes race on Monday, opted for the stakes race. But that horse scratching out of this spot really helped the chances of Forward Motion, because now you took the speed out of the race, and now Forward Motion is the speed of the race instead of having to chase after the real good one in Flying Emperor. So a big scratch, and of course he raced Monday, but as Forward Motion now looks to be tough in here and will try to control the early pace. The 3-horse is Along Came the Prince. This one didn't run badly last time. Actually, keep in mind, this one stepped up in class off of the claim the last 2 and did run into Flying Emperor both races. Keep that in mind, and not that badly beat. Now, you look at this race. This race isn't as tough as some of the other allowance races at this level when you consider horses like Flying Emperor and others who's out of here. A lot of these horses have had humble beginnings at the $5,000 level, and so Along Came the Prince, dropping to 5 and coming back up to an allowance race, still could be competitive against this group. He's at odds of 3-1. Would still expect him to be a lot higher odds than that. Simba's All Trouble, the 1-horse, looking for 5 in a row. This one has been aggressively spotted, though, and now running out of spots, has to step back up to face allowance horses. Broke his maiden against special weights, then went to 75 and then went down to 5 to get the last couple victories. Now steps up. But you know what, for the state bred allowance condition, this is one of the easier state bred allowance for the boys that we've seen all season. So Simba's All Trouble could be very competitive here, looking for 5 in a row. Very possible in this spot, depending on how the pace flow goes, if Forward Motion gets away or not. That's some of the horses that are getting some action for the 8th race. About 10 minutes to post. Daily double starts. The last double, races 8 and 9.
Race 8, 3-year-olds and up New York breds, first state bred allowance condition, sprinting at 5.5 furlongs, scratch number 2, Flying Emperor. Race 8 begins our late double, post time in about 5 minutes. Be advised not all combinations are covered in the pick 3 sequence that started in race 6. There's the field. Number 1 is Simba's All Trouble. He is looking to become the first 5-time winner of the season. He's looking for 5 in a row. Joel Cruz with a hot hand. He's looking for 3. Scratch the 2 onto the 3. Along came the Prince with Jackie Davis. 4 is Mrs. Robin E. He's gunning for 2 in a row. Jose Baez is the pilot. 5 is Frosty the Dragon with Andre Worry. Next will be the 6, Forward Motion, looking for his 8th career score. That leads this field. Kevin Navarro is in the irons. 7 is Mr. Skittles with Nazario Alvarado. Naz with a hot hand, capturing both of the 2-year-old races. He's looking for a riding triple. And there's the 8, Saratoga Promise. Oscar Gomez looking to get to the winner's circle once again with Paul Barrow. They're both looking for doubles. 4 minutes until post time. Right now, Mrs. Robin E. and Forward Motion are both 5-2. One minute, post time in a minute. It's post time for the 8th race. Late money pouring in on the 6 Forward Motion, now a clear-cut favorite at 6-5. Good tote support one, Simba's All Trouble. He's looking for 5 in a row. Simba's All Trouble at 5-2. The 4, Mrs. Robin E, with his share of supporters at 7-2. So Simba's All Trouble is in with Along Came the Prince. Next will be Mrs. Robin E. Mrs. Robin E very reluctant behind the starting gate. There's Frosty the Dragon. Next will be Forward Motion. Even money. Looks like the speed of the speed on paper. Gets back to a fast racetrack. Didn't apparently like the slop recently. Had another race earlier in the running lines way down there that he didn't appear to like an off track. So back on a fast track, getting all the love. Mr. Skittles and Saratoga Promise to the outside. Ready for the race. And there they go. Saratoga Promise breaks very quickly, but here's Forward Motion as expected to try to pick it up from his inside. They are 1-2 through the early stages. Mrs. Robin E is third with Frosty the Dragon. Then Along Came the Prince, fifth from the rail. Mr. Skittles is second last, and Simba's All Trouble is the early trailer. Forward Motion has the lead. The pace appears to be fairly reasonable, especially for the level. Saratoga Promise is right there, a neck behind him. 2 clear of Frosty the Dragon, outside of Mrs. Robin E. 3 lengths to Simba's All Trouble, who's finding his stride, looking for 5 in a row. He takes over fifth, 4 to find, racing to the quarter pole. Mr. Skittles yet to beast mode up, and at the tail of the field as Along Came the Prince. And here's Saratoga Promise coming away with the lead. Forward Motion really with nothing in response. Mrs. Robin E is third, then Simba's All Trouble, and farther out Frosty the Dragon. Saratoga Promise has kicked well clear. Saratoga Promise opening up Oscar Gomez and Paul Barrow. Give them doubles. Saratoga Promise clearly superior. Simba's All Trouble is up for second, then Mrs. Robin E and Forward Motion. No excuses for him. He's back to fourth. Saratoga Promise at 5-1. Nice outside stalking trip for him. And once Forward Motion decided he didn't have it, Saratoga Promise said, I'll take it and run away. 105 1/5. Photo for second. That final running time, 1 minute 5 and 34 100ths. Second place 1, Simba's All Trouble. Third place 4, Mrs. Robin E. Fourth place, number 6, Forward Motion. And race 8 is official. 8-1-4-6. The top 4 finishers. Here comes a big, good-looking individual. His name is Saratoga Promise. He's a 5-year-old bay gelding by Violence out of the damn paper kite. Paul Barrow owns and trains a double for Paul. A double for the missile, Oscar Gomez. Winner was bred in New York by Sequel Thoroughbreds LLC. That's a good-looking horse. 8-1 exacta, $64.50. 8-1-4 trifecta, $46.62. That dollar super, $261. 5-8 double is huge, $750. 4-5-8 50-cent pick 3, $478.25. One more race on the Wednesday card. Scratch the one, yes, Your Honor. The nightcap in 24 minutes at 5:04.
In the paddock for the last race on today's card. Good luck if you are alive in the pick 5. We had that just $12,000 carryover, and because of Hector Alejandro and Linda Dixon, we have that big pool today, or big payouts, I should say, because of the 2-year-old filly that was impressive in the 7th race, Toscanova Beauty. That one lit up the board, a $70 winner. Well, Saratoga Promise, who did have a class edge on that field, the horse had run in the Ontario County after a big effort in a 2 lifetime back in 2019. Form has gone the other way, but he's a legitimate allowance horse against a bunch of horses that were claimers, and proved it today. And that was a pretty fast time for the day. Oscar Gomez got the win for Paul Barrow. All right, let's look at the last race now, and we'll finish off the day with this one. We scratched the 1. Yes, Your Honor. It's a 5,000 never won 2 condition, going 5.5 furlongs. The current favorite, lukewarm favorite, I should say, is the 7, and that's Call Me Carmelita. Well, just broke maiden for a maiden special weight, so this could be considered a drop in class off of the win, because generally you want to go from an allowance to a maiden to an allowance, not to a 2 lifetime 5,000. So you can make the argument that this might be a little bit easier than the maiden special weight that she just won, although she was all out to get that victory after having things her way on the front end. She looks to make the lead again today. See if she can hold on. She's at odds of 5-2 with the drop off the win. The 5 is Spirit of Life. Spirit of Life coming off a 3rd place finish. Did have trouble in that race. It wasn't a strong pace up front either. 5.5 has been a little tough for her. As you notice, 2 back, she had another bad break. She's got to get out of the gate if she's going to win, going 5.5, because she has that late running style, and there's not a lot of speed other than Call Me Carmelita in this race. So the distance is a problem unless she breaks well. If she breaks well, watch out for it. Looks like she's got a good chance to win here. That might be the key to the race for her. The 2 is Streetcar Jones. Streetcar Jones coming off a win against 10,000 maiden claimers at Monmouth. Probably enjoying the off track there, but she fits here as it was the 10,000s, and now she's facing the 2 lifetime 5s. So wouldn't be surprised if she can get a nice trip from the inside and get into the number. 7-2 is the price on Streetcar Jones. Mac Jones. 9 minutes to post for the last race. Just a reminder, Monday through Wednesday is our schedule, even going into September. So no live racing the rest of the week. Enjoy your Labor Day weekend. We will be racing on Labor Day. That'll be a 1:10 first post on Monday.
Fillies and mares coming onto the track for the nightcap. Field of 9, 5.5 furlongs. 3-year-olds and up now winners of 2 races, $5,000 claimer. Scratch the 1, yes, your honor. The nightcap in about 4 minutes. Not all combinations are covered in our late pick 4. Actual winning combination could result in a 3 or 4 combination. All of the combinations are covered in our pick 5. They're absolutely huge. I think the smallest one is to the 7, around $4,000. Some really big scores out there. If anybody but the 7 can win, 4K is nothing to, not too shabby either. And we should let you know that the pick 6 also will have a carryover into the Labor Day card. But let's get to the post parade. The 2, Streetcar Jones, Harry Hernandez, Jim Aquilano looking for a training double. 3 is Wish for Magic and Jose Rojina. This is one of 2 for Chris Englehart. 4 is Lovely Honor and Joel Zonier. 5 is Spirit of Life with Andre Worry. Next will be 6, Adirondack Queen. Joel Cruz looking for a riding triple. Adirondack Queen's looking for 2 in a row. 7 is Call Me Carmelita. She's the favorite. 9 to 5, John Davila Jr. Stablemate to the 3, Wish for Magic. 8 is I Am Zam Zamurai with Jeremiah Flores, one of 2 for Donna Barretta. Here's the other Barretta trainee, the 9, Mizzy's Image, also looking for 2 in a row like Adirondack Queen. Oscar Gomez looking to sweep the late double and get 3 on the Wednesday card. And the 10 is Time Travel with Sammy Cardona. All right, as mentioned, all the combinations are covered in the pick 5. We will have a pick 6 carryover into the Labor Day program, $1,125.58. $1,125.58. 3 minutes until the nightcap. Nearing the gate. It's post time for the Wednesday nightcap. Ready to wrap up another work week here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Simulcast wagering tomorrow, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Back at it again on Monday, Labor Day, first post 110. We will have that small pick 6 carryover, a little more than $1,100. Streetcar Jones is the first one in for River Guard Stable. Jim Aquilano looking for a trading double. There's Wish for Magic, one of 2 for Chris Englehart. Lovely Honor will be next, big long shot. Next will be Spirit of Life. Adirondack Queen. 7, Call Me Carmelita is dominating the wagering. She is even money. 5, Spirit of Life at 3-1. And then the 2, Streetcar Jones at 9-2. Adirondack Queen is in. Here's the big favorite, Call Me Carmelita. Next will be the Barretta Gals, I Am Sam Samurai and Missy's Image. And then Time Travel. Eddie Babcock looking for another winner on the card. Time Travel to the outside. Call Me Carmelita 6-5 and Spirit of Life at 2-1. Ready for the nightcap. And there they go. Slow start for Adirondack Queen. Call Me Carmelita begins the best, and her stablemate Wish for Magic is up close. Streetcar Jones is third, and farther out in the field, her ace is Missy's Image. In between runners is Spirit of Life with the green silks 4 lengths from the front. About 2.5 for 3 to Time Travel. Racing with her, I Am Sam Samurai, Lovely Honor, and Adirondack Queen is at the back. And the stablemates hook up. Call Me Carmelita, quicker than Wish for Magic. Call Me Carmelita, clearing away. Missy's Image is getting closer from third. Missy's Image is closing in nicely, but Call Me Carmelita has the advantage. Time Travel's fourth outside of Spirit of Life. Farther back, I Am Sam Samurai, then Lovely Honor. And then we go to Streetcar Jones as they're at the top of the lane, and it's all Call Me Carmelita. Call Me Carmelita with a healthy lead at the 8th pole. Now, Time Travel is trying to close in nicely. Here's Time Travel with a good stride. Call Me Carmelita with the lead. Time Travel is cutting into the lead. Call Me Carmelita is there. Call Me Carmelita trying to hang on in the nightcap, and she does. From Time Travel in third, I Am Sam Samurai. And fourth place at a big number, Lovely Honor. One minute 7 and 21/100. 7, Call Me Carmelita all the way. Brief challenge by her stablemate. Wish for Magic, but once she got away from her, she was pretty clear. And even though she was only winning by a small margin, she was pretty much a safe and secure winner. 10, Time Travel was closing in nicely. Waiting for numbers. 1 minute 7 and 21/100. The final time. All right, here we got some numbers. Number 7, Call Me Carmelita first. Second place, 10, Time Travel. Third place, 8, I Am Sam Samurai. Fourth place, 4, Lovely Honor. 7, 10, 8, 4. 7, 10, 8, 4. Some big numbers behind the favorite. Or the second choice, I should say, Call Me Carmelita, 8-5. Late money poured in on the 5, Spirit of Life at 6-5. Entering the winner's circle is the 7, Call Me Carmelita, 3-year-old dark bear brown filly by It's My Lucky Day out of the Damn Indian Splendor, owned by Dark Horse Racing Stable. Winning trainer Chris Englehart, winning jockey John Davila Jr. Winner was bred in New York by Bay Harbor Stable, LLC. The nightcap is official. Exacta $35. The trifecta $58.87. 8-7 late double $48. 5-8-7 a late pick 3 $272.50. 4-5-8-7 the late pick 4 $1,452.25. Big pick 5 $4,056. 5 out of 6 in our pick 6 $326. A dollar super $1,738 even. So a big payer in our pick 5. Big shout out to all the pick 5 players this afternoon. We had a $12,000 carryover and they pumped about $50K into the pool. Nice $4,000 payoff with Call Me Carmelita in the nightcap. 5 out of 6 once again, $326. A small carryover into the Labor Day card, $1,125.58. $1,125.58. That's our pick 6 carryover when live racing resumes on Labor Day Monday at 1:10. Simulcast wagering Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Sure hope you had a great Wednesday when leaving the track. Please drive very carefully. This has been racing from Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Good night, everyone.